I'm Scott Greiner and live in Christiansburg, Virginia, and I'll be the 2021 judge for the market goats and does at the Arizona National. I grew up on a diversified family farm there in eastern Iowa, primarily with sheep, but also my extended family was very big in the commercial swine industry, so I have that background as well. So I got my start judging shows through the opportunity of being on livestock judging teams, not only competing as an individual and on some very successful teams, but also having the opportunity to coach. And that probably opened the door and provided the opportunity to judge some shows, and been doing it for 30 plus years now at every level, starting at the county fair level and regional to national. So if I could describe the perfect market goat or the perfect weather doe, to me it gets down to quality and completeness. Particularly on the market goat side, we start with compositional correctness. I've always been very well rooted in that, and to me that's goats that have some muscular shape and product and freshness and the right touch. We want them to fit together and balance and have presence, and we want them to be proportional. And once they have those things, we want as many bells and whistles as we can get, as long as we've got the fundamentals. And so we'll start with the fundamentals and sort them from there, and then try and find the one that's the most unique in terms of putting those pieces together. So my advice to exhibitors as they come in the show ring is to remember what their job is. And their job as a showman is to make their market goat or their doe look its very best. And so put to practice all those things that you've worked so hard with in showmanship. You know, and in terms of getting a fair look, I'm a parent and had 2 daughters show in the program, and so I'm gonna work really hard to give everybody a good look and make sure they have the opportunity to put their hard work out in front of me as the judge and evaluate their life.
My name is Tara Hummel. I'm from Cabri, Illinois, and at the 2019 Arizona National, I exhibited the champion meat wether. So I always grew up on a farm, and we actually started out when I was just in elementary school just showing a few show goats, and then it ended up turning into this breeding operation a few years later. From there, it just kept growing and became a breeding operation that we sell goats to across the country. It was not exactly by choice that I've been showing goats, but I definitely do enjoy it. I've grown up on this breeding operation, so I was kind of just forced into showing the goats, but it ended up being something I really had a passion for and really enjoy. And I hope to eventually come back home and take it over, so I obviously had to have enjoyed some of it. My favorite show would have to be Arizona National. I just absolutely love the environment, the atmosphere. There's so many nice people around, and it's actually a bit of a relaxing show, so all the hard work we've put in, you actually get to enjoy some of it and see what's going on. We began showing at Arizona National 2 years ago. In the first year, my sister found some success and had a division winner in the meat goat show. And then the second year, we obviously found some success, and it was very enjoyable. The goat that I won with at Arizona National was one that we raised from home, and he was born here and raised. So I grew up just working with him from a young age. He was definitely one of the more stubborn ones, but that got a little bit easier. He definitely acted better once he was in the show ring. The Grand Drive at Arizona National is absolutely amazing. Just having that environment with the stands being so packed and just have everyone right there. And then have the judge give the speech while you're standing out there in front of everyone. And I was not sure, I was definitely quite nervous during the entire speech because he wasn't talking about the animals, just hoping and hoping, but I really had no idea what he was going to do because there's a lot of good goats out there. But that just made it even more exciting and just so amazing when I did finally win. Going to Arizona National compared to a county fair is definitely a big step up. Just with the numbers, it does become a little intimidating just because there's so many more people and it's that much more competitive. But that's what really makes it more fun and what makes winning that much more special. It was truly the best of the best, and if you can say you won there, then it's definitely a big deal. There's a lot of people that I look up to and just view as mentors, from all the big people in this industry to my parents to our manager Craig. Just all the things they've taught me, from having a work ethic to just being responsible and organized. There's so many things that just feed into simply showing goats and other species that you can learn from, and I've definitely taken a lot away from all the mentors. So if I was able to go back and just give my younger self who just began showing goats some advice, it would definitely be to just relax and have some patience, to realize goats are always going to be stubborn creatures, and to just always keep working hard, because the hard work will pay off eventually. Even when it seems stressful and hard at the time, it definitely pays off at the end.
Entering the ring at this time is Class 1 of our Junior Market Goat Show.
Where's he comparing the weight? Is he middle of the class?
People like the sound now.
When I was sitting over there, like, if we just like had conversation and things, nobody would turn it off. And then there was like a lot of people trying to talk to us, so we just like turned it off. I was off for like 6 minutes. And everyone was commenting like sound. There's nothing going on. It's a little something.
So the size isn't terrible.
The size?
Like,
oh, the class? Oh, yeah. No, that's a good number. I like the boy with the white blue button up. The first three I like. Very positive. And judge the points.
I think he's like the
This is first call for Class 2. Please come to the holding area.
No, I just.
Okay, let me just see my phone. Because you got to see them fall off the cross, and if you ever go out, and they get and they're more towards the end of that screen.
Yeah, but for this last side, I think they should be fine. If it stays this way.
Our judge this morning is Mr. Scott Reiner from Christiansburg, Virginia. Joining him today is his wife Lori, his daughters Leah and Kaylee. He was graduated with his BS at Iowa State University and then received his master's at Michigan State, got his PhD back at Iowa State, and went on to coach the B-Dam evaluation and 2 national champion livestock judge teams. Let's welcome Scott Reiner.
The black one looks like a humble Chevrolet shape. The whole thing is like a humble goat. But I don't know. They have a lot of black ones.
I guess like they're a little bit more.
This is second call, class 2, junior market goat. Pleasure to have the opportunity to join you in Phoenix and the great Arizona National. Look forward to working your goat show and market goats today and those tomorrow and the grand drive, etc. And a really nice class of lightweights, I think. To get us rolling this morning, there's give and take in here for sure. Some differences in pipe and pine. I guess for me, the young lady's goats, the dark-headed one that we start with, I think puts the most pieces together in terms of muscularity, in terms of shape, really impressive goat behind his shoulder, and then probably the most natural in terms of his pin width, his upper hip shape, the amount of product and dimension he's got. He puts that together in a pretty nice silhouette. When we get him propped up, when we get him balanced, you like his underline, you like his smoothness and his balance. I like his extra extension compared to the first second, which reads to me to be just a little bit quick in its time. That goat for sure needs to be more athletic and just more determined when we put him off the chain and let him go. We need to level him up in his hips. It's going to be critical, but a nice goat, I think, to lead with. Really muscular, powerfully built, stout-headed one, big chested, wide base comes in second. No problem in terms of muscular shape. This goat just reads to me to be a little bit quicker in its time in terms of its extension, a little lower fronted. Goat I'd like to see just a notch more extension to, a notch more lateness in its maturity, but I like its extra muscle mass. I think it's built right. I think it's athletic. I think the goat has a lot of good to it. It's just nice to make it a notch bigger. Our goat in third, I think, from a rib shape and from a balance and just an overall stoutness standpoint, fits with our top pair, but that said, he's not as product-oriented. He's a little trailer from the ground up. He's not as opened up in terms of his chest. He's not as big in his center body. He's not as opened up in terms of his pins, but a nice goat that I think has got more natural dimension to it than the pair of goats that stay in fourth and fifth. These are both really a nice balanced, extended, long-made goats that probably arguably are a little later in their maturity. The goat that we got in fourth is extra good in skeletal makeup and balance, really level and long and really good on his feet and legs. Just needs to shop more muscle. The goat we round out some fits a lot the same way from the side profile. We appreciate some things. The goat just comes a little apart when we put him in motion, gets a little closer to top, and tries to assemble it correctly in terms of his overall skeleton. Nice classified weight, 50 young people, a nice hand to get us started.
The red flag.
Did she see him?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, she's I don't function without iced coffee makes my day start better, so I understand people like that. Oh yeah, me too. Like Mary wouldn't do that. What is going on?
It's such a good video right here. I'm good together.
We have plenty of places to go to.
Yeah. I'm gonna get my camera put together.
Oh, really? We'd like to remind all exhibitors that if you would like your picture made, please go to the background behind this false wall. The media interns are going to be set up today to take those photos. Whether you're a class winner, division champion, but we do need all grands and reserves of each division specifically. But if you'd like your picture made throughout the day, please check in with one of these young ladies ringside. First try, we're on. We're lucky to be in school about spring break. No.
Last year, looking back, I think we actually had another week. Cracked off pretty well.
And then the last. Maybe some other questions. Top 5.
This is first call. First call, Class 3. Weather ranging in weight from 69 to 74 pounds. Currently in the ring, Dr. Scott Griner is judging Class 2. These are weathers weighing 60 to 68 pounds.
See, I think comments are somehow connected to cows, or just not.
I'm gonna text them because if they have,
Maybe they are. They have our comments.
well, and then tell them that
So the judge is gonna move in.
You guys got straight through, so it's like, yeah, we didn't leave till about noon, so we just drove and probably did it. We didn't drink anyway, so I'll just it worked out pretty good.
This will be last call. Last call for Class 3 junior market goats ranging from 69 to 74 pounds. Please make your way to the holding area.
this is what I'm doing when I'm working sanitary. They're just these people.
We've been most fortunate to have a lot of sponsors. The next to me is Jason Spence with Spence and Company Auctioneers. They are our primary sponsors of today's buckles for each of the division champions. In addition, we have arena sponsors that have banners on both the north and south edge of the arena. If you are one of those sponsors and you would like to buy those banners, we ask you to speak specifically to Katie Eslick. They are $50 a piece, and she would be glad to get those to you. We have an arena sponsor list of Agradyne, Allflex, All Red and Elliott Clubland, Bales and Hale Sales, Blue Team Weathers, which is Jamie Smith, Cimarron Trailers, Emerald Livestock, Empire Power Systems, Lamb Jam, Hummel Livestock, JBS Packerland, KD Livestock Show Supplies, Nutrition by Design, Schroyer Show Stop. As I mentioned, Jason Spence of Spence and Company Auctioneers, Sullivan Show Supply, Tractor Supply Company, Weaver Leather, and Rodeo Livestock Systems. And last but not least, you gotta believe Livestock Camps.
Well, a really interesting class here in Class 2, and lots of differences amongst these goats. And be completely candid, I'm not sure there's one that really dominates the class, but I think the first two that we've got have got the most quality and put the most pieces together. They're not the biggest, they're not the stoutest, they probably don't have as much total power as the goats that we've had in third and fourth, but I think they're more correctly assembled and just have a little more completeness and quality. And with that said, I think the young man's goat that we used to win the class is one you really appreciate this view from. He's also good in terms of his balance and his lines. He's deep in his top line. He's good in his underpinning. He's a goat that's really correct. And he gets out and goes with a lot of comfort and ease and maintains a lot of balance and symmetry when we put him in motion. He needs more bone work. He needs more stoutness. He needs more muscle all the way through if I'm going to change him and make him ultra good. But there's one that I think is really complete. The young man's goat that we got in second, arguably, has got just a little more rib cage, got just a little more substance, got just a little more body, and he's really, really fresh, and I appreciate that. He comes apart just a little bit in terms of his neck set, and it'll be a little off in his hip. He's not quite as restricted in terms of his muscle shape, but again, a very complete one. I think he's better in his loin, hip junction than the goat that we got in second, or third, excuse me. I think he's a little better at the point of his shoulder, and a little better in terms of his top line when we put him in motion. The goat in third got just a little more substance all the way through, a little heavier appearing goat to me than the two goats that we got in first and second. A goat that comes a little disassembled. Well, when we get on top of him, he's a little bit in his jump muscle. Consequently, he's a little off in his loin, and just doesn't handle with that freshness and quality that the two ahead of him do. I like his length of body. I like his openness from behind. I like his total muscle shape. I think he's better assembled from the hop down than in terms of the way he balances from the side than the goat that we got in fourth. The goat in fourth is a lot very similar to our goat in third from a composition standpoint. This goat comes apart on his bill when we put him in motion. He's a little unstable in his hop. He's a little down in terms of his chest. He's a goat that gets a little bit peaky in terms of his the way he's assembled. But again, a muscular, lean, stout made goat. He's got some freshness about him, and I appreciate that. The spot top goat's got lots of mass and lots of rib and lots of width of chest. Just a little further along from a finish standpoint, like the firmness showed up, giving just enough more muscle shape at this stage of the game, particularly considering he's a lightweight. And he's got lots to him, and he offers a little more product than some of the goats on down the line. Congratulations to all these young people. Job well done.
Last call for Landon Cardoza, last call, class 3. Please make your way into the holding area. Your class is now going in. Landon Cardoza. First call, class 4. Your holding area, first call, class 4. Let me catch you up with the placings for class 1. First in class 1 is Addison Roberts. Second is Sophia White. Third is Luke Sawyer. And fourth, Lyle Zoomer. Fifth is Ernest Maldonado. Sixth is Orly Stratton. Seventh is Michael Rozelle. Eighth is Gabby Hughes. Ninth is Ascend Thayen. And we have a strap. And our two winners, our class winner on the Arizona side, because we're picking an overall Arizona winner today or tomorrow. And that is Luke Sawyer. And second in the Arizona placing is Riley Bristol. In class 2, let me catch you up there. We have Garrett Frank that wins the class. Second is Waylon Epley. Third is Ashley Bowen. Fourth is Quinn Hartley. Fifth is Hannah Hawkins. Sixth is Keith Canyon. Seventh is Quinn Hartley. Eighth is Caitlin Werner. And ninth is Braden Schrader. And 10th is Jackson Bain. Our two class winners on the Arizona side are Ashley Bowen in first and Keith Canyon in second. Keep that in perspective order as we get ready to select our Arizona winners as well later today. Currently the ring is Class 3. These are weathers weighing 69 to 74 pounds. We have one more class for our division selection.
Are these even our comments? So how do we get our comments?
It's not in the group. I mean, it is.
Please listen closely in the barn. As we select our Arizona division champions, we do not have any Arizona exhibitors in Class 3 or 4. So we need, in Class 1, Luke Sawyer and Riley Zercher, and in Class 2, Keith Kenyon and Ashley Bowen. Between the four of you, we will select our grand and reserve of that specific division immediately following the division champion reserve of the lightweight. So keep that in mind, be on deck. This is second call, Class 4. Market Weathers, 75 to 77 pounds. This is the last, Class 4 will be the last class before our division champion selection. We need 2 entries, Cameron Johnson and Chance Gonzalez, into the holding area for Class 4. This is last call. Chancelyn Johnson.
Not today. Okay, we're gonna do this. Yeah, I was trying not to kill myself. It's fine. That's good. Good job yesterday, though. I watched it.
Do they tell them they're... Do they text them?
I think the British like show ended.
Oh, okay.
Certainly turned it up to
Well, I
heat
guess
versus
we could-
quality, full of really
So
nice
start
ones out
doing
here that all have lots of quality and lots of things to appreciate, yet I think some fairly substantial differences as I pick them apart. They're all pretty muscular and handle pretty good, and what it really comes down to is which one of those puts it in the best package in terms of completeness, in terms of structural integrity and balance and maintaining themselves the correct way. The white-headed goat does that for me the best. I think there's one that gives us a really nice look from the side in terms of being neat and level down his top, his tail head set up there high. He's got enough width and muscle. He's attractive in terms of his pattern. I think when we put him in motion, this goat changes the lead. He maintains the most balance. He maintains symmetry as we studied in that regard. Now, he's not the most muscular. He's not the biggest bone. He's not the biggest footed. There's some goats behind him that probably excel in that particular regard, at least in terms of the way they're presented and fitted today. But there's one that's, I think, really practical. He's big ribbed. He's wide-chested. He's got enough muscle in him, and he's easily the one that I think just pieced together the best. Where he needs to go in second is he's better back through his hip. I think he's more correct from the hop down in terms of the way he assembles and maintains his balance. I think in terms of his front end, we put him in motion, he puts himself together a little bit better. No question this goat's probably a little more extreme in terms of his muscle shape, particularly when you get right behind him in terms of his twist and lower leg compared to that the goat that he lead the class with. But that one I think is a little more extended. I think he's a little better in terms of his balance through his chest floor. He's more extended in his neck. He's more correct in terms of his sleekness up through the front third of his body than the goat that we've got in third. This goat's powerful. He's big ribbed. He's got lots of muscle. He's got lots of dimension. When we put him in motion, he wants to drop his chest floor a little bit. He wants to be a little shorter, cleaner up front. I don't know that he's got an extra amount of stoutness about him from a muscle standpoint compared to the two goats we talked about, but he's got more rib shape and he's got more body, and I like that about him. To me, he maintains himself more comfortably in motion than the goat forward. This goat forward has got a lot of freaky pieces that I really like. When we prop him up right there, he's ultra good in terms of his chest. He's really good in terms of his underline. He's got plenty of foot and bones. He's got enough muscle and mass about him. We put him in motion, he just doesn't want to go. We want to get a little critical. He's a little short and steep out of his hip. He's not quite as good on his rear passing as he'd like him to be. And he just doesn't have quite the symmetry when we get him in motion and let him get out there and travel. But definitely he's got some freaky pieces to appreciate for sure. Probably his better days are ahead of him. Really a solid goat that comes in with this. This young lady's done a great job sticking this goat and getting him presented. At the end of the day, he just doesn't have quite enough to him in terms of mass and substance and power, but he's also good in terms of his balance. He's good on his feet and legs. He handles fresh, and young ladies really done a nice job showing him as we was commenting. Congratulations to these young people, really deep class and lots of quality.
Thank you, Dr. Driver. And our results from Class 3, first is Paisley Carlson. Second is Briley Ashford. Third is Grace Ella. Fourth is Haley Stone. Fifth is Holly Faye Sister. And sixth is Smith Hilfiger. And seventh, Landon Cardoza. Eighth is Corey Wayman. Ninth is Kylie Hartley. And 10th is Zoe Hatch. And 11th is Cameron Gonzalez. Entering the ring at this time is our last of these classes. This is Class 4, weighing 75 to 77 pounds. Following this, we will select our lightweight division champion and then our Arizona champion and reserve.
Once I start taking, I'll get back. Hey, baby girl. How are you? Good. Good. You gonna watch Facebook Live? You're watching through it? Yeah, we gotta make sure it's spot on. It's really important though. Not important. As you can see, I'm very busy. I see that. I know. You're watching very closely. I am. Very, very closely. Very, very closely.
Oh, I'm going to put it on the page. We want to know what the number one product in your soap box is. What's the group? You yeah, and you win stuff from the store. I started doing a light snack last week with a lot of people because we're talking about it. I didn't like the other one. Wait, you haven't watched the whole
Our last class of lightweights, the young ladies brought us a goat that I think kind of runs away with this class compositionally in terms of his muscular shape and his handle and his dimension and product. We appreciate those things, and he's still a balance as well when we get him propped up from the side. He's too upright in his shoulder. He'd like to set it back in his knee and make it more correct up to his front end structurally, for sure, but a really high quality goat in a lot of ways that I appreciate a great deal. I thought the decision in here was second and third between this pair of goats. The young lady's goat that we got the second at the end of the day. When we get him on the side view and we really study him and put him in motion, I think he maintains a little more balance. He's got more length from flank to flank. He goes and probably got just a little more product in terms of his upper shape, in terms of his width of his pins, his natural dimension as you walk the track. I appreciate those things. He can get just a little wobbly out of his top on a comparative basis and maybe doesn't have the shape of the goat that we start the class with. But I think he's smoother in his shoulder. He's a little taller front end. You couple that with him being wider pin and better back to his hips. I think he's a logical place for second. Just a nice complete goat that comes in here third. Needs a notch more up to him in terms of body width and just sheer stoutness. Wants to be a little easy in his top line. Compared to goat fourth, I think his hind saddle is considerably better in terms of his length and level at the hip. In terms of the face width he maintains back to his hock. I think he's just naturally a wider skeleton goat. He's got more product in it compared to our goat fourth. He's a little more up-fronted. The goat that's a little cleaner in his chest and perhaps runs a little more uphill. Maybe a comment to the young lady. We just need to change him through his year third. Round out our top five with a nice goat that's adequately conditioned and fresh. He just needs a notch more width and power and a little more muscle shape to move him up the line. Congratulations to these young people here in class 4.
But I guess she didn't just bring one packet? She just bought us one packet. We each only get one. There's only two in one packet. And they're not.
We need to have all of our division winners, or class winners for our lightweight division at this time. Class 1, we need Addison Roberts, Sophia White, we need Garrett Frank, Emily Whalen, Paisley Carlson, and Riley Ashcroft. And then our last two class winners and second. Yeah, and then following this immediately, we'll have those that were first and second represented as the Arizona class winners and second for our Arizona selection.
Nope, just me. No, I'll show you back.
Dr. Ryan will be selecting our lightweight division champion. These are weathers in class 1 that were 50 to 58 pounds, class 2 60 to 68 pounds, class 3 69 to 74 pounds, and our last class 75 to 77 pounds.
They were next to us. They next to us. Hi. And I want your necklace. You did it like
Luke Sawyer, please make your way into the holding area for the Arizona selection. Results from class 4 today. Weathers weighing between 75 and 77 pounds. Caswell Johnson of Gulf, California wins the class. Second is Reagan Dacius of Tracy, Iowa. Third is Emma Schneider. Fourth is Haley Tuttle. And fifth, Lillian Mendoza. Sixth, Ashley Welker. And seventh, Cameron Gonzalez. Congratulations to all of you. Let's give those kids a big round of applause. Again, I want to recognize our judge of the day, Dr. Scott Greiner of Christiansburg, Virginia. Graduate of Iowa State University, received his master's at Michigan State, and then we've got his PhD at Iowa State. He coached the meat animal evaluation and the livestock judging team to 2 national champion endeavors. His wife Lori, daughters Leah and Kaylee are here with him. Thank you for making your trip across the country and being here with us today.
I'm going to call
I think so.
It's all good to
Thank you. Look at her video. Oh my god, we drove it in Charlotte Head one night. He had to put in the Grand Direct. He was up someone's butt and we were What are you doing? No idea. Probably roasting. So, like, I think I'm planning on moving. Is it
I didn't know we needed to.
We want to get it on Saturday, so we can get everything festival. Yeah. Because we have about
This is the first call for class 5. First call for Class 5. Market goats. Those are goats weighing between 78 and 79 pounds. Please make your way into the holding area.
Well, really nice Division I, and congratulations to these 8 young people and all of them in the division. Really a nice set of goats to get us started. And real quick review, Class 1, I thought we had a nice goat to kind of lead us off and set us off the pattern that we want. And that's a really muscular, big top, thick-ended goat. It's got a lot of width as skeleton and still balances from the side. He needs to move better and be more comfortable and athletic when we put him in motion, and probably the ultra critical. You need these top lines just a little bit, but that young lady's got us a nice goat. The goat that was second in here, just a little quicker pattern, but again, a really muscular, powerfully built one. Class 2 was a little different, some give and take. I thought a really nice pattern goat that won that class. It's really good at skeleton. Ultimately, we get out here in the champion drive. He needs more width, he needs more substance, and he needs more to him in terms of power. The goat that was second in that class 2, maybe just a notch plainer features, but really fresh, big body, got enough power about him relative to his weight. We just like to fancy him up. And then they kind of turned up the heat at class 3. I thought was really good in terms of quality. This white-headed goat's really complete. Probably in terms of balance, in terms of skeletal correctness, in terms of feet and leg structure, that goat kind of dominates the 8 that are out here in my mind. Really good in terms of his profile. You get behind him, he's probably the best goat in terms of his pin set, in terms of his width from stifle to stifle, in terms of the way he naturally travels with face width behind. Now he's not as big boned, he's not as big footed, but he isn't quite as, got quite as much fluff on his legs, but I think you get past that, you just look at the quality of this goat. He's an awfully good one. He's not the biggest top one. I think the goat that was second to him is maybe just a little more shapely and a little more expressive in that regard. And our goat that won Class 4 is the best handling goat up through his top and over his loin edge. I really like that goat's handle in terms of his muscle shape and the way he touches. I appreciate that. He's wide-chested. He's a goat that balances as well. We put him in motion. He's a little critical of him. He's too upright in his shoulders. He's kind of a little forward in his knee. Need to correct him there. Get right behind him. I don't think he's quite as wide in his pins and quite as wide set in his top as the goat that won Class 3. But he is really good with his touch. Ultra good in terms of his freshness and handle. I appreciate that a great deal. Another really high quality goat. Second place in Class 4. Really big ribs, really stout chested. A big ended goat that's wide things behind. Maybe just a little plainer in terms of the way he handles up high. Again, a quality goat. Let's give our Division I a nice hand and off to the top 5.
It's like I can delete these. I can delete these. It's not an issue. Everything.
Yeah, we don't have to.
Might as well.
Nice work. Thank you.
I'm gonna go back and get coffee.
If you want to get me a hot cocoa, but you don't have to.
We're currently selecting our top lightweight division and reserve lightweight division of the Arizona exhibitors. We will have special premiums provided at the conclusion of the champion selection. There's been match money equal to that of the grand reserve that are for the Arizona exhibitors.
You're going to get two maps. You're going to get two maps because she was cool and they were No, you got a piece ribbon too. You got fourth place. They didn't keep it out. Here they don't keep it out. That was Carl. Because it used to stick out. They got a photo too. That was Carl and the I can understand doing ones that are
For your Arizona bred here in Division 1, I think our front row goes for both birthing class, and I think some stiff competition. Our lightweight there has got a lot of muscular shape, and that question about him, we're critical in terms of the way he can send him out of his hip and hind leg to give him just a little more balance and correctness there. Our goat is in that next class with third, really long spine, extremely muscular and shapely at the top. We like to fix him just a little bit there at the point of his shoulder and make him a little easier in terms of his top line and his flowing hip hookup, but a very muscular, powerful build one in 2 seconds. We're going to use the heavier goat for champions, the lightweight for reserve. We'll go to the young people in the same.
See how still though.
Our division champion is Paisley Carlson. Second was Kathleen Johnson. Third is Riley Ashcroft. Fourth is Raymond Dell. And fifth is Addison Roberts on our lightweight division. Congratulations to all those here. Let's give them a big round of applause. We also have Ashley Bone, our champion of the Arizona division, and Luke Sawyer, who is reserve. And we'll see him come back for grand reserve of the Arizona division later today. For Lindway Class 5, this is weather weight 78 to 79 pounds. I would encourage all you exhibitors to remember to get the picture made behind the backdrop throughout the day. And we have numerous media interns that are working both inside and outside the arena. And please address them if you have specific needs. But we do need to make sure that all of our divisions, Grand Reserve, Arizona Grand Reserve, are all photoed early today. Thank you.
How do they go quick? What did you do? You said that once they fell into the I'm just going on the third. He's not going to be ready to go. How old are we going? With goats, no. But with goats, you warn them outside. You don't. You think you can run up to you, but goats, they're trying to do it. I'm not showing them at 18 No, you can tell them. You can tell them. Are they going to date them out? What I do is how's it going?
Pretty good. How are you?
Okay. I mean, it's not bad to have to build a big start. No, you don't want to go out and say, well, this is the thing. I also have my hair. So, if you know they're going to have a bigger one, and I'll have my hair show it's big. Honestly, like, I really, that's why our business so well in restaurants for January. And that's after like 6 months out. And they're fresh. How old are they now? You know, like a year. Bo is 10 months. Where's he going? What is he looking for?
I walked all the way out. Nope. I walked all the way out. No, it was fine. No, it's in here right
Yeah, take a little pocket goat and a little pocket sheep. Tiny. They have Right, but they're trying to incentivize Arizona pizza. So they used to have They did. Yep.
Well, the young lady probably realized whether it's the first class here, which we continue this one that surfaces pretty quickly for lots of reasons in terms of he's the one that's the most attractive and the best in terms of his balance, but more importantly, handles really well in terms of his shape and expression. Now from there, I think we can do lots of things depending on where you place your priorities. There's a lot of things I like about this goat in second. He's probably as impressive other than our class winner as any goat we've got in here in terms of his top shape, in terms of his muscularity over his loin edge and rack and the amount of muscle dimension that he's got. And he needs to come in a more correct package. I'd be the first to admit that. I don't like his steepness of hip. I don't like the way he's assembled on those rear legs. He just fights the entire time and runs to be a little easy and broken in his top. But I think compositionally in this particular class, that's going to get him up here in the top 8, and then we're going to use him second. The goat that we got coming in third, arguably, is a notch cleaner in terms of his makeup. He doesn't want to drive to the young man's one as well as we'd like him. Probably as good on his feet and legs as any goat that we've got remaining in the class in terms of the skeletal design and makeup, giving just a little more expression and shape from forward here and opening him up a little bit underneath, and I think he's been more competitive for second. A nice balance goat that comes in there fourth, again, I think his lines are right, I think his levelness is right, I think he's good on his feet and legs. Get behind him, he's a little disappointing in terms of being a little shallow twisted, a little flat to his leg, just opening him up and giving him an ounce more muscle. The painted goat that comes in there fifth, really extended, tall-blooded, extremely lean and high-cut ability. Just need to open him up and give him more rib shape and more natural width. As I commented to the young lady, this needs a shot more power if we're going to use that go a little higher, but certainly one that has some balance and some extension. Congratulations here as we get Division 2 started. Give these kids a nice hand.
Second call for Class 6, 80 to 82 pound leather.
You will look at their front end, their front end, their front
The results for Class 5, our class winner, Reed Sherman of Bakersfield, California. Second is Reed Hughes of Carlsbad, New Mexico. Third is Tanner Duff of Milton Freewater, Oregon. Fourth, Caitlin Blackwell of Buckeye, Arizona, and she is one of our 2 Arizona winners coming back. And number 5 is Ariana Lundberg of Jackson, California. And 6 is Kylie Hartley of Tarango, Texas. And Logan Dunlap of Clovis, New Mexico is 7th. And Devlin Thatcher of Elmo, Utah is 8th. Let's congratulate our Class 5 winners today. Currently in the arena is Class 6. The weather's weighing 80 to 82. These are the second of 4 classes of Division 2. Dr. Strider is currently working through, and I again want to recognize our arena sponsors, Mr. Jason Spence, who was up here earlier, and Spence and company officers is very, very great in giving us the belt buckle sponsors for our divisions today, and we appreciate that generosity. We also have arena banners to both the north and south ends of the arena, sponsored by Agridyne, Allflex, All Red and Elliott Clubland, Bales, Ham, Hay, Sales. And then Blue Team Leather with J.D. Smith, Zimmerman Trailers, Emerald Livestock. Empire Power Systems, Slam Jam, Hummel Livestock, JDS Packerland, KB Livestock Show Supply, Nutrition by Design, Troyer Show Stock, Jason Spence, and Company Auctioneers, Sullivan Show Supply, Tractor Supply Company, Weaver Leather Livestock Show Supply, WW Rodeo Livestock Systems, and yesterday's Children's sponsor, You Gotta Believe Livestock Camp. And thank you for your generosity and contributions and sponsors. The show couldn't be done without that.
It is, yeah. I can't afford it. Like third grade or something. The things are up
Put the third one in.
I got these two brochures. One has 90 on it and the other one has 80. And I love the one that was like, well done,
We have such a nice color in the back. They visit on what? We did everything.
This is class 6 in the arena, weighing 80 to 80 pounds. I need class 7 in the holding area, weighing 83 to 84 pounds. First call, class 7. Please make your way up to the holding arena.
I went into ADOT this morning, the DMV here. And he's like, you haven't played that? I'm like, no. I thought she said I had to have them. I'm like, oh. He's like, no, you gotta get a ticket.
Unless it's like mom or something.
I wasn't thinking or paying attention to it. Yeah, it's a mile, but it's not a point. So I guess, well, okay, go to the A line right there. But no one's in line. So I go to the A line. He's like, oh, go over there. I'm like, okay. So I go on that tower over there. I literally walked in there. Wait. I got my ticket in 6. Is that for the dirt bike? Yeah, I registered. Well, I registered the little bike.
You bring it?
Yeah, I bought most of them.
See, that's what we
I bought Greg's too.
You said bigots?
He's still up in the air. Oh, whatever.
That's the Raptor?
Like 20 milligrams of
I thought the Raptor was here though.
No, he was supposed to bring the Raptor, but then he drove the Ranger, and he's driving the Ranger home Sunday morning. He's leaving like 3 a.m. Sunday.
When he was there. One day.
Shut up. Mom's birthday Sunday. He was driving to this fight for like $700. Yeah. They refused to give it to her.
Yeah, that's expensive.
Hey, you waited too long.
Even mine, I was like,
Yeah, his was like 700 because he waited way too long. Some might have a little on it.
I know, right?
He worked great. Yeah, he worked there for a couple of
Where are you going, Sean?
I don't know. But it's always been a lot. Sick of the animals like okay to work. Well, he chose not to take the week off. Well, I keep getting COVID case after COVID
All day long.
I think they did have one. You don't have to, but I think like the top 20 maybe have one with the whole show. So they chose all different topics for weight. Or the weight This was dedicated to what's the big girl over half
Folks, and I think you can appreciate the quality that we've got working all the way through this class. And I think these top three are all really, really good.
Thank
They're
you.
not exactly the same. There's some differences for sure. And I think that you young ladies have done an excellent job getting them stuck out here. I really like the skill we cover with. You start with oppositional correctness and muscular shape. This dude behind his shoulder, you can see that from the outside of his ring. And got a big rack, he's got a big loin there. He's the most natural in terms of the way he's shaped when you get back behind him. From the upper hip, width of his pin, the dimension through his twist compared to the two goats behind him. I think he's got the most natural width of skeleton. You get up in front of him, he's got a massive forearm and chest forward. I like that and I appreciate his directness and then he balances really well from the side. He's a little upright in his shoulder. I'll be the first to tell you that. I'm fixing to get him a notch more slope there. If we're going to be critical, but that's a dang good goat in my mind. I got lots of pieces to offer. I like this black-headed one really well, extremely well as well. Maybe just a little more slope up front, maybe just a little more extreme in terms of his extension through the front third of his body. This dude really holds himself together extremely well. Not as good down his top, he's not as good when you get right behind him from a muscle shape standpoint, but this dude is really good in terms of being complete. This maybe not quite as extreme in some areas. I like his extra extension. I think he's funny. I mean, he's actually got more rigid chest and more forearm, and I think he's better handling than the goat that comes in third. The goat in third's got some new pieces, but I love his body shape, his thickness to rib. I like his dimension and just his sheer power look that he gives us from the side. Really shapely as you get back to his ribs and back to his legs. You get behind him though, and in front of him, he's maybe not quite as one skeleton as he is from the profile. He's a little softer with the touch and doesn't have the handling quality of the two goats that we used to beat him in class. Really a big top one that comes in there for him. I like the way this goat handles. When we put him in motion, he's a little flatter ribs, he's a little narrower chested. He's not assembled quite as correctly as that top trio in my mind, and just doesn't have quite the overall balance and skeletal makeup. But I think he's more powerfully built than the goat that comes in there in fifth. A goat that's got more dimension as you stuck him right behind than the goat in fifth. The goat in fifth, really long spine, again a really fresh handling one that's compositionally correct. Just needs a shot more dimension if we're going to be critical of him compared to our top four. But again, a high quality goat. Congratulations, those young people on that side. A really nice and deep class. Give them a nice hand, please.
We have one other kid that it's not our animal. He came with us. He's in class 8. No, so like as soon as they get through this, they'll show us probably be another hour and a half. And then at 3 o'clock.
I remember specifically putting that in and then getting distracted by it.
There's a million of them.
Tomorrow's off.
Sometimes I was at a show and I
The dough show, so we have Brandon showing the dough. He's from
so I was like, everyone look for my kids. Everyone was looking for it.
Lane, the little kid that was teaching. He's probably graduating already.
Our results from Class 6.
No, I think his dough.
Class winners, and also from Arizona, Sandra Klinger.
We have 6.
Second, Sadie Heath.
We're on that's our
Oklahoma.
banner right there.
Third is Maggie McDonald. Fourth is Aspen Hughes. Fifth is Quincy Huner. Sixth is Ace Hotwater. 7 is Michael Roselle. 8 is Emery Clark. 9 is Luis Gonzalez. 10 is Madison Blackwell. And she is second in the Arizona competition, and she will come back as well. 11th is 8 Marta.
We got a sale.
Congratulate each and every one of you. Let's give all those kids a big round of applause for Class 6 results. Currently in the arena is Class 7. He led his way 83 pounds. This is first call for Class 8. This is the final class before Division 2 champion and reserve selection.
If you want to go, January 8th today.
What's online?
What?
Go online and order a coat.
The 11th. Next weekend we have to do all the pictures. Chris and Dan clip in
I don't
week.
know. I'm sure it's fine.
And then
It was fully charged. We've been here for almost 2 hours.
you make videos.
We're at 9 gigabytes.
Do we need to charge that?
No, it's at 67.
We have the cord to charge it, though, right? Oh, really?
Come on, you everybody put it in the calendar.
It's like my family. My mom against his father, my brother's father. Can I join? I probably should join now. Well, I don't really want to do it. I was just fucking around with it.
Grandma used to go to the one in this.
Say, no one's really commenting over us. We do play that home. I was like, that has to be a cool talk. Well, it is. Still. We met with your mom's breakfast. And then we went to Potter's.
Oh, you mean it got changed?
Funny, we're eating wherever we're in Santa Clara. Front table. So he had a mask on. General. Yeah, we went there for Halloween. No roof on it, yeah, it's a wall.
really nice pair in this class, and I think where this pair gets in first and second compared to our goats that we've got third and fifth, is just a bit more muscular, and they're both direct when you put your hands on them, turns to their natural shape of muscle and their handling quality, put it together in a nice package that's overall is balanced and gives us a nice silhouette. Now between that pair, I think they're close. There's some give and take for sure. No question the goat first, he's more extended, he's more elevated in his front third, he's longer neck, he's just longer everywhere, and that gives him a little advantage in here. But when you dissect him, this goat handles better right behind the shoulder. He's more, he's square in his rack, he's square and bigger over his loin than the goat that we've got in second. And then was Indian, the more extended goat. He's got a little more slope of shoulder, a little more correctness in his knee. So he's just built better in his front third. A couple of all those things together, I like to use him in third. I like the ruggedness, I like the stoutness of this goat that comes in second, certainly hits you pretty hard once you get into the ring. He's big rib, he's got a lot of lift in chest, he's big in his forearm, he's expressive from behind. Just a little quicker in terms of his overall makeup, and those things we picked on him just a little bit more where to go ahead and kind of excel. So I think there's some give and take in that particular pair for sure, and a nice pair to lead him. Third through fifth, I think is really close. This goes third, I'll be the first to tell you, to get awfully clean. As we study him from the side, he's not as easy in his front third, he's not quite as good in his top line, but I think you start to pick him apart in terms of one that's got some natural base with. I think he maintains some balance when we put him in motion. I like those things about him. I just fancy him up a little bit and let those pieces fit together a little more naturally. The goat that does that really well of those that we got out here, this goat that comes before gives us a really nice profile. His problem is you study him and pick him apart. He's the narrowest underneath. He's the muscular at the top end of goats that we've got out here. Just need to blow him apart and scout him up. We put him in motion. I don't think he maintains quite the balance that he's got on the profile in terms of running uphill and being up-headed and being natural in terms of the way he gets out and goes. The white-headed goat that comes in your fifth has certainly got some muscle shape when you get behind him. He's a little offset in that rear leg and correcting there and just making him ideal. I don't think he's unsound by any stretch. I need to make him more ideal in terms of that way that rear leg and top sets in. It's distracting him and putting him in motion and just fixing there. And I think we need to use him up a notch or two. Congratulations to these young people. Another very competitive time.
Thank you, Dr. Griner, and our winners from Class 7 are Taylor Ramirez, who's our class winner. Golden White was second. Third was Isabella Axton. Fourth is Piper Liska, and fifth is Shelby Roll. Sixth is Quinn Duff. Seventh is Kat Kelly. Eighth is Hunter Stevens. And ninth, Sydney McCullough. 10th is Chloe Nelson. And let's give those kids in Class 7 a big round of applause. Winners are respectively Old Piper Liska, who was the top in the Arizona group, was fourth in this respective class, and Hunter Stevens was eighth, and he will also come back as our second place Arizona recipient. We are currently on Class 8. Class 8, 85 to 86 pounds. This will conclude the division, and we will move into our division champion, Division 2. Following this, we also need those in the holding area that were our Arizona winners. So if you were one or two in the Arizona competition, please make your way to the holding area as well.
Yeah, you still head back home.
No.
I think a very challenging class for me, and a lot of respect, and that's not to take away anything from the people who work really hard, and the nice goes, maybe not one that kind of checks all the boxes for me, for lack of a better way to say it. I'm going to use the one-headed goat because I think it's the best one. I think it's the most muscular and stoutest goat that we've used today, not even close. In fact, it's probably the least muscular goat that we've used to win the class, but I think to put all the pieces together, I think this goat needs to win in terms of its skeletal makeup and its balance, its correctness. It's easily the best bulk goat out here in terms of its feet and legs. I think it's adequately muscled, its expression, its handle. We just need to blow it apart and make it stouter for me. For some, it's probably adequate, and maybe good enough. But I think its extra balance, extra look, extra skeletal design and quality allows us to win the class compared to the goats that we've got in second and third. Now, when we get the goat in second propped up and it cooperates and balances and drives, this goat is a decent work. Now, when we put it in motion, it kind of comes to pieces on us, and once you get a little low fronted, and once you kind of get disassembled in terms of the way he gets out and travels, he's not as athletic and up-headed and as nice as his look. No question, he's more muscular. He's the best handling goat in the class in terms of muscle shape, bigness over his boy, and expression from behind. I appreciate all those things, and so I like to blend those top two together. Take the framework, take the balance, and the skeletal makeup of our goat in first, take the composition of our goat in second, put them together, and maybe more similar to what we're really after. But again, congratulations to those two young ladies. A really muscular goat coming from very hard, maybe it goes a little better. Comes with his natural balance, and the way he's assembled to his front third from the goat that we've got in second. He just goes a little shorter from flank to flank. He doesn't handle quite as well. He likes to lovely not to his hip. He is maybe just the nickel flame from the side profile. The goat that got coming in forward, this young man did a nice job of getting his goat shown and just kind of kept working his way up there. His top side's all right. His problem is looking in behind him. He wants to take it to his chin. He wants to get a little narrow at his top and carry him forward, just a little narrow to his chest. A little higher in terms of his forehead than ideal. His goat and fifth is a really muscular, stout little one. No question about that. I like his composition. His problem is you put it in motion, he's just not good enough up to his front third. Just doesn't want to go, and it's a little disassembled there structurally, but muscle shape-wise, rigid skeleton-wise, rib shape-wise, a lot to appreciate. Congratulations here to our young people to finish up the vision to give them a nice hand for you.
Let's bring in those class winners on class 5, 6, 7, and 8, respectively. And also, want to make sure we get in the holding area those that are coming in next. From our Arizona winners, class 5 in the deck will be Caitlin Buckeye. And class 6, Sandra Klinger, followed by Madison Blackwell. Class 7, Heidi Liska and Hunter Stevens. And in class 8, Stephen Scarborough for our Arizona Drive. Arizona Drive right now in Division 2 is the weapons ranked from 78 to 79 pounds in class 5. 88 82 in class 6, 83 to 84 in class 7, and 85 to 86 in class 8. Dr. Drivers will be making our selection of our division and reserve division champion. These have no bonus offers sponsored by Jason Smith, Edison Smith, auctioneer and service of Drama, Texas. Let's recognize Class 8 winners. First of all, Cameron Shelton of California. Second, Kylie Scarborough. Third, Macy Roselle. Fourth, Lane Marcavilla. Fifth, Brianna Sosa. Sixth, Mary Friend. Seventh, Casey Braxfield. Eighth is Casey Mailer Gilbert. And ninth is Gary Thatcher. Congratulations to our Class 8 results winners.
Don't drink Cheryl's beer.
Come on, dude. I bet you could be happy with my story. I don't want to do that either. Actually, my favorite, but I don't. A cooler fundraiser or an intellectual? That's not what I'm saying. Oh, okay. I would do it at the Legion or the Post 24 or whatever that's going to call. Yeah. And just advertise to go or like to go or pick up or whatever. And I guarantee you, if we advertise like mobile delivery, if they gave us their address and we delivered them within reason.
And on Arizona buses, Randy, sir.
This is true. It's been a lot of fun, folks, and a lot of quality out here in our lineup. And congratulations to these young people. I'm not going to mention too many words. I think there's a couple of them really hitting hard. That's the two young ladies, those and the two their classes in this particular division. And honestly, they're probably more similar than they are different. I think both those goats are tremendously good in terms of their clutch. The product they have, the natural muscular shape, and the expression they have, and yet they're really fresh and they're really good in terms of putting that together in a silhouette that we can live with in terms of its underline, in terms of the way their skeletons fit together and the way they balance. The difference is between that pair, I see the lightweight goat and then the one class one. That goat maybe has just an ankle for slope to his shoulder up front. He maybe runs just a notch more uphill than the goat that we got the one class two. With that said, I don't think he's quite as expressive behind his shoulder. I don't think he's designed quite as well out of his hip in terms of his upper hip. his pin set is natural with the skeleton from fore to rear as the goat that won the second class. You know, also critical there, but I think I want to share with you as I see him. That's a really, really good goat. It's got a tremendous future for where he's at weight-wise. Then lady that won Class 2, that goat is just built extremely stout from the ground up. You look at that dude's chest floor, his bigness of forearms, his rib shape, the way he comes out with behind his shoulder, he carries that all the way back to his twist and maintains a lot of skeletal width. So we put it in motion, he still does that comfortably. We're talking Class, he needs a little more slope to his shoulder, and maybe setting back these feet just a little bit, but he's the power goat out here that puts that extra look along with it, a lot like the goat that won the first class. So it's two tremendously good goats, and then we'll back up and get you a top 5. The goat that won Class 3 is really unique in terms of being big, topped, and shapely. A little frailer, not quite as stout made as those two we talked about. The goat that came out in Class 2, that was the really deep class, the black-headed goat, really, really good in its skeleton, really good up to the front third of its body, really good on its feet and legs to give up some power to do that, but that's a really good goat as well. I thought there was a lot of give and take in Class 3. The young lady that second's just a little more compact and a not cleaner, but a really stout one. And then our last class, again, the class that we had some challenges in. The white goat certainly sits on here in terms of his balance and his skeletal makeup. He just needs a little more muscle to go with it. Put it in Division 2, put the hands together for this. These young people here in Division 2, and we'll line up the top 5.
Right there. I'm telling you, that's where I saw it. It's his jawline. Yes, that's what it is. Am I wrong? No, yes, I know. I mean, that's yes.
We've seen that a lot.
It's just kind of like it's just low butt.
champions, Tanya Klinger. Reserve is Reese Furman. Third overall is Sadie Heath. Fourth is Taylor Ramirez. And fifth is Holden Wise. Congratulations to you, respectively.
No, 11 is included in that. So it's 9, 10, it should be 9, 10, 11, and 12, 4 classes. I know. She's in 11 and 10.
Also, Sandra Klinger was your Arizona winner, and Piper Liska was your reserve in the Division II of your Arizona Jones Weather.
Okay, is her big got all cleaned up? Okay. All right, let me know what you're doing. Bye.
Really nice class to get us started here in Division 3, and I think a really nice coach to lead with. You talk about the one that's really good from the side and really good in motion in terms of the way he's put together structurally and the way he balances and then he's touching and he's got plenty of space. He's not the most overwhelming goat that we've had in the ring in terms of sheer power and muscle, but man, you put one in that kind of a package that's that good in terms of the way he's designed and looks. He's really athletic, really fresh to the touch. Got plenty of shape and muscle. I like that goat a lot. Congratulations to that young lady. I think it is being here in 2 and 3 between this pair of goats, and they're just dramatically different. The goat that we got in second is probably more similar to our class winner in terms of the way he's built. He's maybe one that's a little long from flank to flank, and maybe he's just a little more trimness as we get him out here on the profile. To me, he's longer spine, he's leveler, and longer out of his hip than the goat that we've got in second and third. Next step to that thing is maybe not as much difference as there appears from the outside in terms of muscle between those goats. I think up high they're very, very similar. Maybe a little more expression from the profile of our goat that we've got in third, but that goat in third maybe just a little distracting. He's got a little more belly on him, and maybe doesn't balance quite as well from the side. But you study him, I think his chest forward tucked up in him. He's big rib, he's really stout, he's got more bone work, and he's got a bigger foot on him than the goat that we've got in second. So we appreciate that about him, but maybe not quite as much overall balance and levelness as the goat that we use in second. Nice pair though. The goat that comes out there fourth, I thought we pulled him at the beginning, but working him up here to where he belongs, a really well presented, extremely fresh handling goat. Probably got as much on him as he needs in terms of finish for me. His problem is through time channel, he gets just a little closer to his chin. He's not as opened up and square as he's struggling through his upper hip and get right behind him just in terms of mass. I like the front two-thirds of it really well in terms of his rib shape and in terms of the way he handles up high. We just need to change him a little bit as you get him behind him. That goat gets out and goes. He's good on his two legs. The right-handed one isn't quite as cooperative today in terms of putting him in the issue. He's got a little hitch and shitty up, and that hurts you not hearing a high-quality show like this, but there's a goat that's got some muscle and some power, some bone work and some foot size, and just a real honest, big body, stout-eating goat. He just needs to make him move a little better. We're going to use him up here higher in this class. This class, congratulations to those young people as well. Give him a nice hand.
Winner is Riley Hoyle. Second, Andy Adee. Third, Maggie McDonald. All three of them are from Arkansas.
Oh, we got it.
Fourth, Rob Corbett from Iowa. Fifth, Casey Hummel. Sixth, Will Hagan. Seventh, Haley Tuttle. Ninth is Abby Bianchi. And ninth is Liana Sternberg. 10th is Caitlin Hall. And 11th is Peyton Hall. Let's congratulate our Class 9 winners.
Yeah, quality runs deep in this class, and that said, I think the book that we lead with, for me, in terms of my type and kind, this goat comes away with this class in terms of one that's compositionally right. He's very, very muscular and shapely and fresh to the touch. He's one that's ultra cool in terms of his look and his skeletal makeup and design. We don't have to make any excuses in terms of the way he gets out and travels and presents himself. He's got that extra muscle and power. What he really does extremely well is he puts that extra power and muscle in a little smoother, a little nicer package than the goat that we've gotten second, who competes with him just from a sheer shape and product standpoint and a handling quality standpoint, but not near as smooth on his top, not near as good in terms of the way his loin hooks up into his hip, not quite as much levelness if you study him out through his hip, and not quite as assembled as correctly in terms of his angulation of joints and the way he gets out and moves compared to the goat first. But that goat second's a good one as well. I like his extra body and shape, his extra natural width of chest, his extra forearm. He's a little softer made goat in terms of his center body than the goat that we got coming in third. This one's awfully extended. He's certainly a tall-fronted one that runs uphill, and he's really extended in his neck and long body. He's just a little hard middle. He's a little tighter in his rib cage. He's just a little not quite as blown apart in terms of his overall skeleton. He's got enough product and enough muscle in him. I think he gets over the two goats behind him in that regard. I just changed his type and kind a little bit for me. I like to drop him in his flank and drop him in his forearm just a notch, or forerib, excuse me, give him just a notch more sympathy and let him move particularly better as you study the way he's made out of his shoulder and knee. The goat fourth's just a nice practical one that's sound in his skeleton. He's assembled good in terms of his knee and his front shoulder and the way his hock lays in him.
Is that what?
He's just a little plainer and less stripped from an overall muscle point. He's just not as good in terms of the way he touches compared to that top trio. This goat we round out the top end with is certainly extended, long body. Going to take a nice picture from the side. Unfortunately, he just runs out of gas as we get behind him, particularly the way he's setting his pins and the amount of dimension he's got back there in his hind saddle just needs to be a little more explosive. Congratulations to these young people. Excellent group of goats as well.
You can run.
Class 11, make your way to the ring. Class 11, make your way to the ring. Results for Class 10. Our class winner is Jack Hoyle of Arkansas. Second is Leanna Ehrenberg of California. Third is Chancellor Johnson. Fourth is Derek Frank. Fifth is Jacob Doobie. Sixth, Hannah Hawkins. Seventh, Rebecca Scott. Eighth, Ellie Morgan. Ninth is Corey Wayman. And 10th is Lane Frost. Entering the ring at this time is Class 11. Weathers ranging from 91 to 92 pounds. This is Class 3 of Division 3. We have one more class before our Division Championship.
complete opposite in lots of ways. The young man's goat that we need to start with. Appreciate that guy in terms of his rib shape, his body, his center rib. I really like him in terms of the way he's assembled, in terms of his feet and legs and his levelness back to his hip. I think you get him on the three-quarter view. This guy's got a little more natural center body. He's a little more opened up right behind his shoulder. He's maybe just a little bigger in terms of his rib cage. He's got just a little more shape there than the goat that we've got in second. I think he's adequate from a muscle shape standpoint. I think maybe we'd like to extend him just a notch, but I think he's complete. I think he's fairly fault-free. He's fresh in his touch. He's got enough muscle. I think he's kind of the one that checks the most boxes for me. No question the goat in second. He's got more product and more muscle shape. You can see that from here. He's big in his upper hip. He's monstrous from behind in terms of his width of stifle, and just got more shape from shoulder to twist than the goat that we lead with. To me, he gets a little off when we put him in motion. I'd like to level him up in his hip. I'd like to make him go just a notch different. He gets a little flatter sided in his way I read him. You'd like to drop him in his flank, give him a little more center body. He's a more extended, more elevated, later maturing kind of a goat. So there's lots of differences between that pair. I like them both, and congratulations to both those young people. Nice solid goat that comes in here third. In some ways, he's maybe a little more similar to our class winner than the goat that we've got in second. With that said, he's the most disappointing behind his shoulder. He's a little sharper there. He's a little tighter in his forerib. To me, he gets just a notch cleaner at times in terms of the way he's constructed. But again, he's big in his hip. He's got some muscular shape. He proportions a little better than the painted goat that comes in fourth. And by that, I mean he's got a little more of his weight to his hind saddle than he does his fore saddle on a comparative basis. A nice one presented goat that comes in fourth. Again, he's fresh, he's big body, he's big bone, he's really good in his skeleton. I just like the redesign. He gets a little flatter to his through his lower leg as you see him on the profile. He gets just a little bulkier up front than ideal. I'd like to clean him up there and give him just a notch more balance and just a notch more terminal shape about him as we get him out here. But again, I'm very well presented, extremely structurally correct growth. It's got lots of body and lots of width. And that's where he sells the darker color goat here in our top five. Here's a real extended lean pattern one that's got a lot of length of front end, a lot of certainly a lot of cutability, and a lot of profile. I just like to scout him up all the way through in terms of his rib cage, in terms of his bone work, in terms of the substance that he offers. This gives up a little bit compared to our top end. Congratulations to these young people. Give them a nice hand if you would, please.
Thank you, Dr. Greiner. And the results, class 11, our class winner is Matt Wise, Brownwood, Texas. Second is Riley Armstrong, Ohio. Third is Melina Santiago, Oklahoma. Fourth is Tampa Hill. Fifth is Preston Jones. Sixth, Alana Sanger. Seventh, Katie Lambert. Eighth, Faith.
On what?
Ninth, Cheyenne Boyd. Let's give each of these kids a big round of applause. And let's bring in class 12. This is their final class of this division. Again, weather's weighing 93, 94 pounds.
those two more muscular, better assembled goats. The one that really ties together really nicely is the goat we lead with. Ultra good in terms of his balance and his overall look. Really good in his top line, the way he assembles himself, and yet he's neat in terms of his underline. You get on top of him, he's a muscular, shapely goat that has some power about him, and just a high quality one as well to lead this class. Really an opened up one that comes in second. This dude's Matt behind his shoulder. He's ultra big in his rack and over his loin. Plenty of power, and he competes with our class winner from that standpoint. It's maybe just a little rougher all the way through, and maybe the pieces don't fit quite as neatly, and he's not quite as cooperative. We get him out here and put him in motion, but there's nothing wrong with that one's composition. Still, when he steps up and he gets himself up, I think one that's certainly got enough balance. He's certainly bigger bones, he's certainly stouter. I think he's got more shape in him than the two goats that stand right behind him. A real moderate, big body, wide-chested one that comes in there third. He's a nickel plane and maybe doesn't have quite the attractiveness of the goats that stand on either side of him, but I appreciate his extra width of skeleton, his extra muscle dimension, his extra power compared to the real up-fronted one that comes in there fourth. This goat's really good in terms of being running uphill. He's really long and he's up to his front end. His problem is just narrow gains off both ends. He needs more width of skeleton, he needs more wrist shape, he needs more muscle relative to his framework and relative to his weight to be competitive out here today. The goat that comes in the fifth is another solid goat. I commented to the young lady, this goat competes from his hips forward. The front two-thirds of him is real nice. We just need to square him up from behind and give him just a shot more dimension and true skeletal width when we get right in behind him. But a nicely presented goat, and this young lady's done a nice job presenting. Congratulations to all the young people here as we round out this division.
Our results from Class 12. Our class winner is Kaylee Stone. Second is Katie Hummel. Third is Allie McCracken. Fourth is Banner Young. Fifth is Mallory Sage. And sixth is Eli Metter. Currently in the ring is our Division III Grand and Reserve Champion selection, followed by our naming of the Arizona Division III champion.
I think some excellent high-quality goats out here that suit you really, really well. And this front row is really good. There's a trio of them that I think are outstanding and suit me extremely well in terms of where I put my emphasis, and that's goats that first and foremost are compositionally right. We've got some muscle shape, some handling quality. They're lean and fresh, and then we put the bells and whistles. We make them sound in their skeleton. We give them a good look from the side and run uphill and maintain balance and symmetry when we put them in motion. These goats do that extremely well. So they're a lot of fun to sort through and pick apart. I'll tell you how I see them real quickly. The young lady's goat that won the light class in this division, that dude is built so well. He is tremendously good in terms of his look and his profile. His lines are really, really good. You put him in motion, he's the most athletic one. His joints are made, his angles, his soundness, and you get on top of him, he's still a very shapely one that's fresh to the touch. Is he the most powerful one? I don't think he is. In that particular regard, he's maybe not quite as massive in his top as the goat that stands right behind him. It may be his hind saddle in terms of just expression of leg. He's maybe not quite as massive as the goat that wins the fourth class. But man, that dude is built so well and has so much quality. Just an awfully good goat to talk a lot of positive things about. This goat in 1 Class 2 hit me really hard. When we get in front of this dude in terms of forearm and chest floor and rib shape and mass and substance, that dude's got a tremendous amount. I love the way he touches and handles. I love him when you study him in terms of his base width, his openness of pins, his upper hip shape. If we're getting a little critical of him, he's a little upright in his shoulder. He's not quite as comfortable as the goat that stands right ahead of him in terms of his overall skeleton from that particular standpoint, but man, is he powerful. Man, is he got a great handle and touch, and you put that kind of look with that much muscle, that's a difficult thing to do. Young man at 1 Class 3, that's an awfully competitive goat as well. He's good in terms of his rib cage. He's opened up in his chest floor. Out here, he's just a little bit plainer in terms of his shoulder design. He's maybe not quite as fancy in terms of the way his pieces fit together, but we're being also critical of a really good coated division or two ago that easily would have been in contention. Heavyweight in this particular drive, and that goes impressive as well. You get behind him, he's monstrous, moves up her hip, he's big through stifle and twist. He's a great shape goat. If you study him, he's really fresh. He too is extremely good in his underline. He's good in his balance. Where I get a little critical of him, he's maybe not quite as dead level right back to his hip. And you put your hands on him right behind his shoulder, right over his groin edge. I don't know that he's quite as massive there comparatively speaking back to his hind saddle compared to a couple of lighter goats. I don't know that he's any stouter down his top and from a handling quality standpoint, but that's an extremely good goat that young lady's got. We got awfully good seconds as well. We'll pull some of them in here in contention. Great division, lots of fun to sort. Give these kids a big hand. I'll congratulate them all around life.
Sarah Beth Deaches, please get to the holding area. Your class is about ready to walk in. Second call for class 13, all weathers weighing 95.
It's amazing how many little things
That's right. That's all I'm doing is just have fun. That's all you're ever doing.
Downtown,
This is last call, class 13, weighing 95 pounds. This is the start of Division 4.
Okay, I'm gonna go make something. I'll call you.
Kind of close up here on top in this class to start us off here, Division 4. Get right down to it, I think the goat we lead with is the most complete. By that I mean I think he's a little fresher to the touch than the goat that we've gotten second. I think he's assembled a little more correctly in terms of his hip, in terms of his feet and leg structure. Just a nice balance for when we get out here from the side. I think his underline's good enough. I think he's good in terms of his top line and his levelness. He's fresh. He's not as muscular as the goat that we've gotten second, particularly he's studying right up through his rib cage and right up over his rack and his loin edge. In that regard, and maybe not the stoutest one that we've used, but I think a good complete one that's correct to the skeleton. I think he's fresh to the touch and clean and got some credibility. Congratulations to that young lady. From the hip forward, I like to go to second as well as any. He's really big in his rack. He's good in terms of his center rib. He gets just a little tucker right up in his chest where he wants to come off his hip a little bit and just a little flatter and maybe not quite as correct as the goat that we used to lead the class. When we prop him up on the side view, I think he gives us that look. I think he's cleaner in his chest floor. I think he maybe holds himself together just a notch better than the goat that we've got in third. Goat in third's pretty good through his upper hip. He's pretty wide stifled, has some twist expression. He's maybe not quite as wide as skeleton as we'd like to see him to watch him travel. Maybe when we let go of him, he wants to drop his front end just ever so slightly on a comparative basis. But he's got extension and length. I think he's cleaner in his pattern than the goat that we got coming in there in fourth. The goat in fourth is a pretty big top one, pretty shapely from behind, maybe not quite as deep in his top line in terms of leveling, maybe just a little shorter pattern, a little cleaner in his makeup. A lot the same for the goat that we got in fifth. Again, a compositionally a very muscular, shapely goat. It's maybe just a little coarser made all the way through. Congratulations to these young people as we get Division 4 started.
Results for Class 13, Reed Ingleton of California, Riley Swear of Colorado. Third is Sarah Beth Dixon of Iowa. Fourth is Abby Bianchi of California. Fifth is Faith Irvin of Porterville. Sixth is Austin Simpson of Stillwater, Oklahoma. And seventh is James Tinkler. Eighth is Caitlin Warner of Visalia, California. And ninth is Kelly Nelson of Pendleton, Oregon. Let's congratulate our Class 13 winners today, weighing 95 pounds. In the ring at this time is Class 14. This is the second of 4 classes in Division 4. These are weights of 96 to 98 pounds.
Curious.
we've had, just in terms of sheer quality of goats all the way through, not necessarily the elite top end, but I think really solid, good kind of groups that go all the way through this class. So back to these young people for doing an excellent job. With that said, I think the goat that surfaces for me, the young lady in first, I think is just a real practically built one. It's big body, certainly has a lot of power and muscular shape, big in its forearm, carries a lot of dimension from shoulder to twist, and I think when we put them in motion of those top 3 or 4 goats, I think it maintains the most balance and symmetry, and I think that's what kind of makes it very logical for us to hit there. It's extended, is maybe quite as hard to touch, and maybe has quite the handling quality, maybe not of the goat that stands in second, but I think one makes the assemble a little better. The goat second is packed full of muscle, compositionally, we like a lot of things about that particular goat. For me, it's a little bit extreme. We like to drop it in its flank. We like to reproportion it just a little bit when we get out here on the profile. Certainly doesn't have the chest, a forearm, and center body that we has, but I appreciate his expression. Aesthetically, it's probably set a little better from hock to ground, and maybe handles itself a little better there compared to the goat we got in third. The goat in third, again, is a high accountability goat that handles good. We need to redesign him in terms of the way that hind leg is set in him, and the way he proportions there is just not quite right. I think he's sound, but it's just not nearly as attractive in terms of the way he sets. But again, one that's extended. I like the strength at top. I appreciate the extra dimension he has, the extra width in his pins, and the total shape that he has compared to the goat in fourth. The goat in fourth, big body, wide chested, a real practical, easy doing kind of goat that's got a rib shape, maybe a little shorter stature. Gets a little piece together when we put him in motion, and we don't have him quite on the brace. Wants to be a little broken behind his shoulder, and maybe just a little deeper up front. The goat that we got coming in fifth, no questions, got muscle. This one's certainly very product oriented. I appreciate that. Along with that, he's shorter and thicker neck, maybe a little coarser as you study the front third of his body, and we fix him up there. But I appreciate him in terms of his true skeletal width and the muscle that he has. Congratulations to these young people. Very competitive class all the way through.
I'm sorry, you're fine. Or do you have a tripod set up so you can take your own pictures? No, not yet. You need to find a tripod with an automatic clicker to set him up and take your pictures. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're here. So now they're here.
The results from Class 14. Our class winner, Echo Bartle from Colorado. Second, Kendall Savage from California. Third, Andy Agee from Arkansas. Fourth is Piper Liska of Arizona. Fifth is Sadie of Oklahoma. Sixth is Kiana Clausen of Arizona. Seventh is Reed Hughes of New Mexico. Eighth is Aspen Hughes. Ninth is Kylie Forrester of California. 10th is Gabriel Zentner of Idaho. And 11th is Emery Clark. And 12th is Hunter Stevens. So we have Piper Liska coming back and Kiana Clausen coming back for our champion Arizona selection of the individual division. Currently we have Class 15 in the arena. Class 15 in the arena. These are wethers weighing 99, 101 pounds. This is the third class of the fourth division. We have one more before our Division 4 selection. And then we have, again, 4 more classes in Division 5. Remember, tomorrow morning, we start at 8 a.m. versus 9 a.m. You have grading sheet. You have a little different start time because of the judging competition. And followed by the weather nose show. at approximately 10 o'clock. Today on the schedule, at the conclusion of the market goat, we'll have a short break, but we will start promptly at 3 p.m. with the junior market lamb. And we have, I believe, 20 classes of market lamb. First call, class 16 in the holding area. These are weathers weighing 102 to 103. Class 16, market weathers, weighing 102 to 103.
Hey, stop it. Yeah, you don't like it, do you? I'll give you some.
So again, nice class. I think one that kind of fits the bill. What we trying to emphasize today is our class winning here. Certainly one that I think keeps the ring. You notice right away his extra power and soundness and really big from behind in terms of the way he's shaped, and yet balances well from the side in terms of maintaining those lines and those that silhouette that we like to see. I changed him some up front third. We could redesign, give him a notch more slope to shoulder. I set the top of his shoulder down just a little bit and let that front third tie together just a little neater perhaps. We're going to be also critical, but one that kind of logically hosts in this class. The black spotted hot goat that comes in there second, really powerfully built. I like him in terms of the grip shape. I like his extra bone and substance and mass. And I think the rest of his body matches that extremely well. He's an off player as you study him all the way through. Not as neat right back there through his tail head. Not quite as good as through his front third in terms of his shoulder and neck. But again, one that's ultra powerful, and I think that extra power gets him up here in this particular class. With the young ladies painted goat up quite a ways, and here's one that I think is put together right in terms of its lines and its balance. It's got plenty of top shape. Falls a little short when we get right behind it on a comparative basis, but I think its extra skeletal makeup, its extra balance and look allows it to be up here in the top trio compared to the goats that stand right underneath it. The goat forward is more muscular and stouter all the way through, but a little piece together, particularly as you study its front third relative to the rear third. Once you get a little steeper in its hip, not as proportional in terms of its underline. The goat we round out our top 5 list is really correct and good in this line. Just simply needs more muscle and more product to be more competitive with our top end. Congratulations to these young people. Let's give them a nice hand for their attendance here tonight at home.
We are in the smallest class. I think there's 7 girls. Yes. Just because you're always in the this will be his last place today. I wouldn't recommend it.
Our results in class 15. Sandra Swinger of Yuma, Arizona, and I'd ask to please return also for the division of the Arizona bred. Second is Taylor Ramirez of New Mexico. Third, Dave Greer of New Mexico. Fourth, Sarah Young of Ohio. Fifth, Tanner Burkle, Utah. Sixth, Wyatt Marietta of Arizona. Seventh, Echo Bartle. Eighth is Anna Reed. Ninth is Allie McCracken. 10th is Cheyenne Goff. 11th is Caitlin Baldwin. I want to congratulate each and every one of you for those results, and we are currently working on class 16. Let's congratulate our class 15 winners.
Yeah, he's not just going through right now.
one of the more challenging classes we had to kind of sort through after we got our lead goat. It kind of went into the class pretty logically for me in terms of one that's muscular, shapely, and good in terms of his look and balance, and kind of puts those pieces together really well in a high quality one to lead with. But then we got bits and pieces, and I'm not sure that any of them are exactly the same type of goat as the goat that we've got to lead the class. The goat that we got in second, I think, is complete. There's one that structurally is built well. He's good in his lines. He's good on his feet and legs. I think he's got an ample amount of credibility and handling quality and shape and muscularity about him. Certainly not to the extent of our class winner, and maybe not even as much mass as the goat that stands right behind him in third. But to me, he's quite a bit better assembled in terms of his balance and his correctness. His pieces fit together more appropriately, particularly through his front third and actually his hip. And we'll use that goat in second. A really big body, wide-chested one that's got a lot of product and a lot of natural substance comes in there. In third, even a little more so than the goat that we got in fourth. He's similar in terms of his time, but maybe our goat in third is a little easier right behind his shoulder, a little longer from flank to flank, and not leveler in terms of his hip than the goat that we got in fourth. The goat in fourth probably the second most muscular in terms of forearm shape, in terms of rack dimension, in terms of muscle expression. Unfortunately, he's also the pieciest one in terms of being just a little more open shouldered, a little rougher in terms of his top line. The painted goat that comes in there fifth is totally different time. Real extended, long body, certainly good enough in terms of his feet and legs. For me, a goat that's just a little narrower gauge, just needs more substance and more base grip, and just a little more tuning all the way through. I like the way he's designed, I like the way he's built in this class. I just wish there was a little more of it from a muscle standpoint. Congratulations to these young people here. Round out Division 4.
92, this is dead.
Competitive division and lots of fun to sort through and quality up here amongst our top end and several good goats that didn't make our lineup. We started with that first class in the division with some give and take and used the goat that's maybe a little out of paradigm for me in terms of what they brought us in that class. The goat that's real correct and good in terms of his skeletal makeup. A goat that we'd like to see as we commented in class that needs a more total shape and power about him to suit me a little better, but that doesn't take away from that young lady's job she's done and the goat that she's brought here in this division. Class 2, just a really complete one, and I think from a goat world standpoint, we could use lots of goats that look like this. He's very complete, he's big bodied, he's got lots of rib shape, he's got plenty of power and muscle in him, he's very correct in his skeleton, his pieces hold together. It's a really complete goat in my mind. Won that class 2. At the end of the day out here, he's probably not quite as muscular. He maybe doesn't have quite the shape as you get right on top of him and handle him. But man, it's hard to pick a hole in that one because he's just ultra complete. Got a lot of neat pieces, and that was a very competitive class. A little more extreme goat that followed him in second there that maybe doesn't have quite the bone work and quite the rib shape and substance. Then we kind of turned it up a notch with our class 3 winner. That's the power goat in the lineup, no question about it, in terms of hip shape, in terms of dimension from behind, in terms of width of skeleton, a big forearm. Attaches that with a lot of dimension back through his hind saddles. We commented in class, to me he's a little upright in his shoulder. We set the top of his shoulder down just a little bit and redesigned him there. But again, we're being ultra critical because that's a goat that's packed full of muscle and product and yet still balances and has enough correctness about him. Our big heavyweight in this class is made a lot like the goat right ahead of him, perhaps a little more extended in terms of his tine, in terms of length from flank to flank. Maybe his top line fits in just a notch neater than the goat that stands right ahead of him in class. To me, he's a little flatter made in terms of his center body. He doesn't have quite the chest floor. He doesn't have quite the width at his chin. I think top shape is probably similar between those two class winners. And so there's some differences there to pick apart just a little bit. Some nice seconds as well in those classes 3 and 4 that goats that surfaced among some very competitive classes. Put your hands together here in Division 4 and we'll get to your top 5.
Come, baby. Come. Hey, this way.
Oh, I'm sorry.
and his makeup that gives up quite a bit of power to our lighter coat. We'll use the young lady's goat for reserve. Give her a nice hand of congratulations.
Champion was Sandra Klinger. Reserve was Reese Herman. Third overall was Echo Marshall. Fourth, Kendall Savage. And fifth, Reese Engelson. And our Arizona winner was again Sandra Klinger, and then followed by Piper Liska. Congratulations to all of you. Let's give these kids a big round of applause.
get them, and I think the differences are subtle. The goat that the black-headed one we start with, to me, maintains just a little more squareness and base width from behind as we watch him travel. I think he's maybe just a notch stouter in that particular regard. I think he's maybe just a little better in his underline in terms of his being tucked up and neat in his chest and still balanced and proportional in terms of his flank. Maybe just a notch longer body. The goat that we got in second is maybe just a notch harder to touch in terms of his condition, in terms of his handling quality. But again, a goat that's super big bodied, super wide chested, and big in his forearm. Lots of product, a nice, really nice pair of heavyweight goats there to lead this class. They kind of overwhelm our goat in third just in terms of sheer power and dimension and muscular shape. This goat's balanced, he's fresh, he's a high cutability goat. To me, he's more correct in terms of the way he's assembled, and his pieces fit together better than our goat in fourth. We'll give up some muscle to do that because the goat in fourth is more muscular and bigger in his top. He's one of the better composition coats in this particular class, witnessed by getting him pulled right away. He's a notch leaner than the goat that comes up here in fifth. Goat in fifth, I give my hats off to this young lady. She's done an excellent job with this goat presented with a bum arm, but she's worked extremely hard. I like that goat's rib shape. I like his chest floor. I like that goat's overall muscle from his hip forward. Maybe like to square him up some when you get right behind him in terms of hop to ground, to give him just a notch more width at his pins and a notch more substance behind. Maybe not quite as lean as a couple that we previously talked about in this class, but she's worked hard and done an excellent job. Congratulations to our young people here as we start our heavyweight division.
There's that one of this. I think this is hilarious.
Are you late to sleep?
Our class winner is Emma Reffin, Patterson, California. Second is Destin Emerson. Third, Bryce Daniel. Fourth is Alex Eichler of Colorado. Fifth is Samantha Gianelli of Stockton, California. Sixth is Peyton Irvin of Porterville, California. Seventh is Reese Engelslunson of White Oak, California. Eighth is Karsten Wagner. Ninth is Solana Sanger. 10th is Scarlett Dugan. And 11th is Dakota Rowe. We have one individual that is an Arizona bred or an Arizona exhibitor, Miss Solana Sanger. So if you would come back at the conclusion of this division for the consideration of the champion in Reserve Arizona Award. Currently in the ring is Class 18. This is weathers weighing 107 to 108 pounds. This is the second of 4 classes that will wrap up the day with the 5th division. Again, we will start at 3 p.m. start on the Market Land Show. They've asked me to announce that if your animal is not going to go to the auction, you can resell it, but you must turn in the middle section of your check card to the guest services offices by 4 p.m. tomorrow on December 30th. Do not forget, if you do want to accept that floor price, I believe the floor price is $3 a pound. And please also get your picture made at the backdrop on the back side of this false wall. We've got media interns from multiple universities here. We want to make sure we get our class winners, division champions, reserve division champions, and our Arizona winners So please make it a priority today to get those pictures into the system. Thank you.
Lots of quality up here, and yet not a lot of similarities in terms of the goats and the way they're constructed and what their positive points are and maybe what their negative things are. They're completely different, but that doesn't take away from the quality that we've got. The goat that we start with, I think compositionally is number one in this class in terms of muscular shape and bigness at top and freshness. Dimension he's got from behind. He starts at the ground in terms of being big in his foot size, his bone work. Yeah, he's got plenty of hair, but I think if you look through that goat's just stout all the way through, no matter what picture you take, in terms of forearm, chest width, rib shape, muscular dimension. Appreciate that a great deal. He is not the most extended, nor the prettiest one of the bunch. Probably that goes to the goat second in terms of front third, but I think one that's got that much muscularity and that much stoutness. I think he still holds himself together well. He's correct enough in his skeleton. Sure, you leave him up in his neck just a little bit and make him a little taller fronted like the two goats have in second and third. And we admit that the goat that he got in second maybe is the one when you put him in motion that maintains a lot of balance and symmetry and is really comfortable in terms of their go. You get him off on the side here. This goat just doesn't reach stout enough for me, and maybe part of that is he's a little frailer in his bone work and just isn't quite as stout. You put your hands on him, I don't think he's as big right behind his shoulder and over his loin edge as the goat in first or compared to the goat in third for that matter. I think he's really nicely balanced. I think his underline's great. His top line's super. His front end's really, really good. Being a tremendously high quality goat at the end of the day, he just kind of gets overpowered by that goat in first in terms of mass and pure substance. A lot of neat things to appreciate in our goat in third. This guy's a little deceiving. You put your hands on him, he's big top, he's big over his rack and his loinage. I like the front 2/3 of that rascal pretty good in terms of the way he blends and the way he provides us a lot of balance. He's certainly clean and fresh in terms of his makeup. We square him up a little bit when you get right behind him. He's stunning compared to the two goats right ahead of him. He's not as level in his hip. He's not quite as expressive in his stifle and twist, and just doesn't have quite as much power from end to end as that top pair. But a really nice goat that to me maintains more true base width behind than the goat that we got coming in fourth. The goat in fourth again gives us a nice profile, runs uphill. Appreciate that. He's got a nice balance and look to him. You get a little critical, you put him in motion, he gets a little narrower gauge off both ends of the skeleton and doesn't maintain quite the base width of those goats that we used to use in class. A nice compositionally right goat that comes in fifth. Again, muscular and stout, lean enough in terms of the way he's put together. He just needs to balance a little better. He gets a little coarse and fronted, a little easier in his top line and doesn't cooperate with the young man real well. They just like for his pieces to fit together better, but in this heavyweight class, he's the right kind of composition. Congratulations to all these young people for another very competitive class.
Thank you, and the results from Class 18. They range in weight from 106 to 107 and 108. Our class winner is Bree Coxville of Wyoming. Second is Galena Santiago. Third, Dane Morvet. Fourth, Shelby Ross. Fifth, Tate Hummel. Sixth, Hadley Owen. Seventh, Emma Graham. Eighth, Chelsea Winslow. Ninth, Aubrey Huntwater. 10th, Savannah Kostecki. And 11th is Kaylee Murdoch of Alpine, California. Let's congratulate those in Class 18. Entering the ring at this time is Class 19. These are weathers that weigh between 109 and 114 pounds.
looking at lots of differences, and we can use heavier weights, and composition really surfaces for me, and I think that's what kind of places this top end for sure, and then what gets these goats up here at the top trio as opposed to be some of those that stand underneath them. They're the muscular, compositionally right goats, and yet there's still some differences, and I think when you get right down to it, composition easily favors this goat that we've gotten first. That is one stout rascal. It's huge body, big hip, massive from behind, big chest floor and a big forearm, and yet he's lean and high cut-ability for being a heavyweight goat. And still, you put him in motion, this goat is made right in terms of his skeleton and structure. He's not the most elegant and sweetest necked one, or the one that's the most tucked up right there at the point of his shoulder or floor of his chest, but I think he's adequate in that regard, and you really study him in terms of his compositional correctness. He's way wider pins, he's much bigger in the top side of his hip, he's leaner and cleaner through his chest than the goat that we've got in second. This goat's second is ultra smooth in terms of his design and makeup, and I appreciate that. Part of it is he's a little further along from a condition standpoint as I read him, and that makes his pieces fit together very nicely. He's just a notch short from flank to flank as you compare him to either goat on either side of it. You get right in behind him, he doesn't have as much true width of skeleton as either of those two goats, but he's massive top, he handles really good there, and that gives him over the goat third, his handling quality over his loinage and up over his rack. I'd like to clean him up just a little bit, I'd like to stretch him out and elevate him just ever so slightly compared to those goats that we've compared him to. Like the goat that comes in their third, body shape wise, it's probably more similar to our class winner. Leanness wise, is probably more similar in that regard as well. Maybe not quite as fresh to the touch as the two goats we previously talked about. Maybe just a nickel planer in some regard, but I like him in terms of his muscle and his width and his leanness, and I think that gets him up in here pretty quickly. The goat that we've got coming in for is a long body, very lean handling goat. He just needs more mass and more substance. To me, he's a little staler to the touch. He's a little staler in his overall appearance. We fixed that about him to move him up a notch or two. Pair of goats that come in there 5th and 6th. Both these goats are very nice in terms of their balance, their skeletal structure. This goat has a notch more muscle and a notch more width and product in him compared to the goat in 6th. He's ultra cool in terms of his look, but he just simply needs more width of skeleton and more muscle mass to move him up in the class. Congratulations here, heavyweight exhibitors kid.
Very cute hair. You're welcome. You excited to show? What class are you in?
Oh, no, I'm not showing today. I'm showing tomorrow.
Okay. Very
I
nice.
only have 4 youths, first 4 classes.
Oh, right back to back to back. Perfect. So you're going to show against yourself if you win? Who's your backup?
lots of differences up here, and we can pick them apart in sort of different ways depending on where you want to prioritize. For me, it's the fundamentals, and know the goat we need to win the class is not the first we're going to. In terms of his front end and his neatness and shoulder, neck or anything like that. But you get down to what's really important: composition, trueness and muscle shape, correctness and skeleton, ease and movement, and still having some balance from the side. This goat does that extremely well. Yes, we'd like to make a neater shoulder. Yes, we'd like to see him longer and more elegant through his front end. Be the first to admit that. But after you get past that, I think he excels the class in every area. The goat that we've got in second maybe fits together just a little neater on the poke through that front third, as we just described in our class winner. His problem is you put him in motion. He's the most upright in his shoulder. He's the poorest in terms of his hip design, and he's a goat that's a little shorter from flank to flank, and compared to those that stand on either side of him, he can fit inside both of them. He's just not as stout and powerful. He's good at handling up top. He's certainly one that's fresh to his to the touch. He's really well presented. The young lady's done a great job showing him. We'd just like to see a little more of him and fix those holes that he's got. Now, compositionally, if we're just going to muscle and carcass him up, the goat in third wins the class hands down. This dude is big top. He's big-ended. He's really lean for a heavyweight goat. My problem is he's just not assembled correctly. As you get him out of his hip and his hind leg, he gets a little off-balance for us, and structurally we fix him in some different areas, granted, compared to the goat that we've got in second. But in a heavyweight market goat class, this dude's got a lot to offer in terms of compositional correctness for weighing 120-plus pounds. The goat that comes in there next, just a real practical, all three goats that's lean enough compositionally, quite a bit more muscle in our goat in fourth than we've got in fifth. Goat in fifth, again, is a big bone, big one that's really sound in his skeleton. He's got an adequate amount of shape, and compared to some goats that we put down the line, he's got just a little more product and trueness in terms of his face lift on a comparative basis. Nice job by this young lady. Congratulate all of our exhibitors here in our heavyweight market class.
Sanger, we need your goats from class 17 over here to compete for the Arizona division. Kalana Sanger. And also Ashley Bowen from class 20. Ashley Bowen and Kalana, we need to have those goats over here in the holding pen for the Arizona of the 5th division.
Con aquella chavala que va a entrar segundo, lleva mucho gimnasio en Wyoming.
Tara Hummel. Second is Cameron Chilton. Third, Jack Boyle. Fourth, Sarah Young. Fifth, Fallon Hawkins. Sixth is Hadley Owens. Seventh is Vivian Dugan. Eighth is McKinley Yardley. Ninth is Alex Eichler. 10th is Ashley Bowen. And wrapping up the class is Scarlett Dugan. Let's congratulate all of our winners in Class 20. This is our champion drive for our Division 5 These and our other division champions will come back at 2:30 tomorrow for our grand champion selection.
tremendous quality, and my hat's off to the young people and those behind the scenes making it happen and helping them get to this point. Tremendously high quality show, and our heavyweights are no exception. And you know, it wasn't that long ago, and we didn't even get to this weight in the market goat deal, and now we're at these heavier weights, and we have to let goats maintain the quality that they do, like we've had in the lighter divisions, and maybe not quite as much depth, but I think as you study the top end and what we've had to work with and piece together, I'm very pleased. Excellent set of goats. We're going to make 5 in a minute. That first class in this division was challenging. I thought there was 2 goats in there which again surfaced that have a lot of quality about them. Big bodied, stout-ended, muscular goats that are compositionally right for heavyweights. The black-headed one's got just a little more look, and probably as we study him out here, he's the goat from the side view and maybe from the stands that you appreciate. He's really long top, he's really level. His feet and legs are set on the corners where they need to be. He maintains a lot of balance. You put your hands on him. He's a muscular, stout-ended one that's got a lot of good shape about him. He's not as powerful as those that stand behind him. Part of that's weight-related. Not the most massive one out here, but you study him as an individual. He's plenty stout and plenty massive, and got a really cool look for him, in my opinion. To go to the second class again, ultra big in terms of his foot. Ultra big in his bone work, his foot size, and carries that dimension all the way through in terms of his rib and chest floor and forearm and upper hip and stifle. A really nice goat in that regard. Very sound in his skeleton and flexible enough off both ends of his on his feet and legs. We're going to be a little critical. He's maybe just not quite as good in his touch right over his loin edge. We smooth him up in his loin, hip hook up there just a little bit. Maybe not quite the handling quality in him right down his top compared to some others that we've talked about. The goat that was second in that class, a little different kind, maybe a little trailer at the ground, but real extended, real attractive, and we appreciate it again a great deal as well. Our class winner out of class 3, that's the power goat out here, just in terms of mass and substance. All the way through, this goat's really, really powerful, and for a heavyweight goat, again, tremendously good compositionally, and maintains that balance when we put him in motion. You'd like to meet him in his top line just a little bit, level him ever so slightly out of his hip, and his jump muscles up there kind of high, which detracts from him just a little bit, but compositionally that goes awfully good.
Wants us to bring it over there because we need a new
standpoint,
battery pack
really smooth-ended goat. It's a smooth pattern, well-made goat that was second to him that gave up some in terms of composition. And our big heavyweight we just talked about, again, one that's muscular and shapely and stout all the way through. We fancy him up to his front end just a nickel if we're going to change him here in the champion drive. And the goat that was second to him does that just a little better, but gives up some composition. It's been a lot of fun today. I look forward to tomorrow. Congratulations to all the young people for coming to Arizona. Give these kids another hand. And we'll congratulate the heavyweight.
If we can get those Division 1 through 4 Arizona champions or Arizona lands up here. Division 1, Ashley Bowen and Luke Sawyer. Division 2, Sandra Klinger and Piper Liska. Division 3, Solana Sanger. Division 4, Sandra Klinger and Piper Liska.
For reserve. Oh, no, that's it.